against Cavalier in October. They have a winning record. Can't rely on game tape. First final since 2016.
Yeah? You hear me? It's the most eagerly anticipated night of football action when it comes on to club senior men's football on the island of Jamaica. It's a rare nephew Jamaica Premier League playoffs. It's a final, the super final. And personally, I can't wait. John Stewart, I have to introduce you very well tonight. That third place match, first of all, my name is Leger Williams, of course. I thought you guys would be used to it. I'll just say it if you're not. But John, you were on call for that third place game. A quick comment on that, first of all.
It was end-to-end stuff. It was almost like a basketball game at times in the second half. Really exciting game, of course. I wasn't a neutral, had a horse in the race, so it was a bit nerve-wracking. But nevertheless, for the neutrals, most undoubtedly a great game.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game, and you said you had a horse in the race, that horse being Montego Bay United. They fell by 3-2 to the reigning champions, Mount Pleasant, but in very short order, in 90 minutes, maybe a little bit more, we'll have a new champion. It's either going to be, or when I say reigning champion, I meant reigning champion of the CONCACAF Caribbean Cup, of course. We'll have a champion, a new one could be crowned here in the Jamaica Premier League. Portmore, the winningest team in the history of the competition, 7 titles, Portmore United. They're taking on the 2-time reigning champions, Cavalier. How do you see this game going, first of all?
I have to say, I have gone against Cavalier every step of the way throughout the course of the playoffs.
No predictions yet? No predictions yet?
No,
Okay,
no
okay.
prediction, but I just must say they have done really well to get this far. Of course, we think about how hard it is in sports to do a three-peat. We think about professional sports in general, Real Madrid doing it just a couple of years ago. We think about failed attempts from other sports like the Kansas City Chiefs or NFL or the Golden State Warriors recently, and it just really speaks to how hard it is when you have players that are of the caliber that we see in the Jamaican Premier League year in, year out, high roster turnover, and they still somehow manage to get back here. I have to say they've done really well to get this far, and I do see them managing to do what they've done to get this far, really, which is be so offensively and hit you in moments on the counter-attack. They're so dangerous in transition, and of course, most definitely expect their forwards, especially Kimari Scott, who was instrumental in that win over Montego United, to make some sort of a difference as well.
Yeah, when it comes on to Cavalier, you mentioned how difficult it is to give, I would say, 3 games in a row, win 3 games in a row. It's so difficult, especially in these playoffs, and Cavalier, they haven't tried to do that. In many instances throughout these playoffs so far, you've seen them in the quarterfinal, the semi-final, try their best to manage proceedings in the first leg and then come out in the final. The final is a much different proposition, And I think that's how they're going to approach it. They've put out a lineup which is much more attacking than what we would have seen in the first legs. And it's a very different Cavalier team to what we would have seen in prior years coming here to the final. Of course, the past two editions of the final, they faced off against Mount Pleasant. It's been tight. It's gone to penalties on both occasions. Against this Portmore team, it's a completely different proposition. Portmore, of course, used to winning. Portmore, a team that was maybe on the cusp of winning 3 titles straight, one in 2018, one in 2019, and then the pandemic happened, and it was a bit shaky for them to return to those heights, and Cavalier actually ended up winning the title when the league returned. But Portmore, they have the esteem, they have all of the prestige as well in this competition. How do you think that fares and gets into their mind as they're preparing for a game of this magnitude?
We'd have spoken about before how hard it is to do in terms of a three-peat, but especially in the context of just this game, zeroing in on this game. This Portmore team have been so fantastic right throughout the playoffs. Give credit to their coach, Coach Rudolph Austin, who's about to make his way onto the microphone. They've been fantastic tactically, defensively, not quite as solid as they've usually been, but they've been so aggressive, something we don't usually see from them in the regular season in terms of how they approach teams, especially in that Mount Pleasant leg. The second leg especially, they went at them, aggressive in the middle of the park and solid at times when they needed to be defensively. And what about Ronaldo Robinson? Arguably for me, the MVP of the knockout stages, 3 goals in 4 games. He's been fantastic.
Yeah, he certainly has, but if we're speaking about MVPs of the knockout stage, I'd actually love to give it at this current moment to another Portmore United player, Ramon Howell, who will be starting at the base of the midfield here today for Portmore, and I'll get a chance to speak to his coach about the lineup first of all. Coach, very similar to what we would have seen in that semi-final second leg. In terms of your lineup, should we expect a certain level of aggression from your team?
Yes, it's a final. We have to do everything that the game requires. If it needs for us to be aggressive, we have to be aggressive. And as I said, it's a final. We have to go and give it our all.
And coach, during your playing career, you're a winner. You also have people on your coaching staff, including Coach Deere, that are winners as well. You guys know what it's like to produce in the biggest of moments. What advice have you given to your team, a very young team in some aspects, to produce and provide on this big moment?
Well, every team and every individual player have to write their own history. When I checked in the dressing room, it was only 4 players who have ever won the Premier League. So I don't need to motivate them. That should motivate them, because the ratio against who didn't win it and who won it is very, very large. So, they have the opportunity tonight to go out there and win it.
And against his Cavalier team, last season, the quarterfinal stage, 2 games against them. Unfortunately, you came out on the losing side. What have you learned from those 2 games, as well as throughout the course of the season, that makes you feel confident coming into this one?
Simple, put the ball in the back of the net. That's what we didn't do last year, But, you want to win games, you have to score your opportunities and stop them from scoring theirs. It's just football is very simple.
You're right, coach. It is quite simple, and we'll be hoping for, I'll be, as an analyst, not hoping for the simplest of games. I hope for something very exciting, but all the best today, of course. That was head coach Rudolph Austin of Portmore United. And John, he's someone that's used to winning, someone who has captained the Reggae Boys before, someone who has provided so much for the world of football in Jamaica. But Cavalier as well have provided a lot for Jamaica in terms of what they have brought to the country, in terms of how they have won in the country as well. And I'll have a chance to speak to their coaching staff in just a moment. Of course, their technical director, Rudolph Speed, is not here, so that's the first question that I'll have to ask their coaching staff, who is very suited out, ladies and gentlemen. Coach, I've never seen you like this before. You certainly came for the occasion. Is this a nice suit for a possible 3-peat in the Jamaica Premier League?
Well, you said it. Sometimes it's the appearance that does it. You come with the appearance and it says a lot. So for me, it's just the appearance today. All right?
And coach, you've been around Cavalier for a number of years. You've won so many things being part of the coaching staff. The technical director, Rudolph Speed, not here tonight. I'm sure you would have lended all of his advice. But you leading from the front tonight, what impact do you or what advice are you giving to these young set of Cavalier players?
Well, these youngsters pretty much are prepared for this game. Mentally, they are upbeat, they are confident. So there's not much you can do as coach after you coach them, the techniques, the tactics. So for tonight, it's really about them. It's really about the team now, and I guess the grace of the Lord will be with us today.
And last season, coach, Rudolph Speedy spoke about this Portmore team in the quarterfinal. You defeated them, but he said it was the toughest games of the season. So you know firsthand how tough it is to beat this Portmore team. What sort of challenge are you expecting from them tonight?
Well, you have said it, and Portmore have transitioned from a good defensive team to a very good attacking team. So we are expecting Portmore to be playing strong offensively tonight, and so we have to prepare for them, and we have been preparing for them. So we'll see what happens at the end of the day.
And coach, last question, you have a big chance tonight to create history. Only once before in the Jamaica Premier League as a team ever won 3 straight, and that was in the 70s, way before I was even born. What sort of feeling does that give you that you have the chance to do that for not only the Cavalier fan base but for all the players as well?
Well, for us really, making that particular history would be a good thing. The task really ahead of us now is just to get past this Portmore team, and then history will just write its own script. So we have to just get past this Portmore team now and let history do its thing.
I agree with you, coach. All the best today, of course. Very good words, inspiring words by both set of head coaches. John, what did you make of what both of them had to say?
Well, just touch on the man himself. I got an air of confidence from him that he believes in this place because he said they're ready.
He's dressed very confident at least.
He's dressed the part, and I tell you what that confidence comes from. It's those back-to-back titles that we mentioned before. Only one team in Santos would have done it before. And there's a popular line from a movie that I think most of us are familiar with. Dread it, run from it, destiny arrives all the same. Cavalier have had this feeling of inevitability. Come what may, regardless of how poorly they may have played during the regular season or even at times in spurts during playoff games, they always seem to manage to find a way. And I have to say, hats off to them. My team were on the other end of it, unfortunately. But nevertheless, they've done really well to get here defensively. They've been solid in spurts, keeping 2 clean sheets already in just 4 games. And I have to say, they're going to have to be solid against a Portmore attack that has looked stellar at times so far in the playoffs.
But John, you've alluded to it. I've heard you. You don't think I've been piecing out what you've been saying from the start of this broadcast. It's now time to ask for your prediction for this final. I'll go last, of course. You know, stars go last, people. John, your prediction for this Rare Navy Jamaica Premier League Super Final. You have all the time in the world. Think about it and go.
I want to go off on a high. I've been right for the most part in these playoffs whenever I've made predictions, except when I had a horse in the race. And I've gone, as I've mentioned before, I've gone against Cavalier so many times. And I think I want to go against them one last time. I think I want to go against them one last time. I know it, I said it, and I know it goes contrary to everything I've said, that they felt so inevitable. It feels like it's just been their year to get that trophy, their hand on the trophy once more. But I just think somewhere deep down, maybe it's hatred, I don't know. But I just feel deep down that this is perhaps it's Portmore's year to get that 8th title. And when you look at the man we've mentioned before, Ronaldo Robinson, he has some sort of a knack for scoring against his former team in Cavalier. He scored a brace against them in October. He scored last year, I believe, against them in the playoffs as well in the quarterfinal stage where they got knocked out. And I just think that he has something up his sleeve once more for Portmore United to pull off the victory.
No scoreline?
I'm going for a close 10-1-0.
Oof. Well, I'm going for a little bit more goals. I love your soliloquy, by the way. You really set up this game in the big way that it deserves to be set up. But I'll keep it calm. I'll keep it simple. I have not gotten one prediction right in these Jamaica Premier League playoffs. But big people step up in big occasions, just like Portmore United will in this final. A 2-1 victory. That's my prediction, John. But if you want to watch the game, Of course, you can watch on Rush Sports 2. Of course, you can watch on the JPL TV YouTube channel as well with a subscription. But you have to watch it after these breaks. It will be Dean Smith on commentary. I will join him in short order as well. Don't worry, folks. It's a Ray and Nephew Jamaica Premier League Super Final. Stay tuned. We have all the coverage for you.
Mummy used to always remind me of those good old Jamaican proverbs to keep me wise. Proverbs like, what goat do, kid follow. Good friend, better than pocket money. And if you can't catch Quaco, you catch him short. Just like the proverb Bosco Oats is ingrained in Jamaica. From me yai there me knee, Mummy used to always remind me of those good old Jamaican proverbs to keep me wise. Proverbs like, what goat do, kid follow. Good friend, better than pocket money. And if you can't catch Quaco, you catch him short. Just like the proverb Bosco Oats is ingrained in Jamaica. From me yai there me knee, Mummy used to always remind me of those good old Jamaican proverbs to keep me wise. Proverbs like, what goat do, kid follow. Good friend, better than pocket money. And if you can't catch Quaco, you catch him short. Just like the proverb Bosco Oats is ingrained in Jamaica.
Looking forward to open an iSave account today. Visit gotomyvm.com to get started.
Every $25,000 you save with iSave earns an entry to win cash or a new home of your own. The more you save, the more entries you get, and every entry has a chance to win a brand new home of your own. VM iSave is the key to winning.
Here's to the early risers, and we are here all-nighters, the go the extra milers, and let's do it until it works, workers. People who are powerful because they power through. Day after day, challenge after challenge. You see, true power is not something you can buy or collect. It's something that starts on the inside, and you always know it when you see it. Sunshine Snacks Peanuts, proud supporters of the powerful.
Ray and Never, feel we culture, yo!
New beginning, we winning, so share our spirit where you living, yeah.
Share it!
I make we all a one par, you don't know we come from far.
From far, anytime we rep, feel we country. Rear rum, it have to come with we.
No matter with the bad vibes.
Poor rear rum, a celebration time.
I feel we culture. Make we show ya Jamaican culture.
Ray and Nephew, overproof from we just a do it for we culture.
A CB chicken, a better way. Introducing air chill chicken. It have more flavor, you don't know what you're missing. It tastes better, full of flavor in the kitchen. Better value, better taste, better chicken. CB chicken, tastes way better. Air chilled chicken, taste way better. Better value, better taste, better chicken. No antibiotic and hormone free. Have you tasted the new air chilled chicken? Or my chicken nut? CB chicken, it tastes way better.
Yai there me knee, Mummy used to always remind me of those good old Jamaican proverbs to keep me wise. Proverbs like, what goat do, kid follow. Good friend, better than pocket money. And if you can't catch Quaco, you catch him short. Just like the proverb Bosco Oats is ingrained in Jamaica. From me yai there me knee, Mummy used to always remind me of those good old Jamaican proverbs to keep me wise. Proverbs like, what goat do, kid follow. Good friend, better than pocket money. And if you can't catch Quaco, you catch him short. Just like the proverb Bosco Oats is ingrained in Jamaica. From me yai there me knee, Mummy used to always remind me of those good old Jamaican proverbs to keep me wise. Proverbs like, what goat do, kid follow. good friend better than pocket money. And if you can't catch Quaco, you catch him short. Just like the proverbs, Bosco Oats is ingrained in Jamaica.
I save from VM Building Society. Every deposit got me here. Every step forward put me in the driver's seat.
For everything you're looking forward to, open an iSave account today. Visit gotomyvm.com to get started.
Every $25,000 you save with iSave earns an entry to win cash or
In late August of 2025, 14 teams set off on the quest to be crowned as champions of local club football in the island of Jamaica. They traversed through much conflicts and hardships. They shared in the national pain that the most terrible of hurricanes ever seen in the island of Jamaica brought. The league, like much of Jamaican life, was interrupted. Yet even then, they continued. They dared to dream. For Portmore United, a team steeped in legacy and prestige in Jamaica and the Caribbean, the journey was one of consistency and diligence. They kept course within the top six for the entirety of the season and were duly rewarded with a place in the playoffs. They brushed off on the second time of asking the up-and-coming Racing United before slaying the Caribbean champions Mount Pleasant in the most spectacular fashion. For them, Ronaldo Robinson has been Mr. Playoffs, a player who incidentally has in the past donned the colours of their opponents in tonight's grand final, Cavalier. Ronaldo Robinson was helped by mind-boggling brilliance from Tariq Jimenez. His half-liner was the headliner in that semi-final encounter. Cavalier United, the defending champions, started in the most unconventional fashions. For them, the loss of some 13 players set the tone for a year of transition. A team who had made 7 consecutive semi-finals at some stage in this season were merely mid-table and vulnerable against the best in the island. It took second half goals in their final regular season game against Harbourview to ensure their place in the playoffs. The young whippersnappers looked doomed before Kimali Scott started the rescue mission in the quarter-final. He has been their leading light, diminutive but inevitable. Captain Colossal Giovanni Leng was equally brilliant and steadied their rocket ship. For them, a place in this final is a monumental feat. They now have the opportunity to defend their title. Good evening and welcome to the National Stadium. We are standing by for the grand finale in the Jamaica Premier League. This final, Portmore United versus Cavalier, one that indicates great prestige in the island of Jamaica. Both teams have among themselves been crowned cumulatively 11-time champions in the island of Jamaica. Dean Smith alongside me is Lejay Williams. Lejay, your thoughts as we get ready for the matchup?
How could I possibly follow up such a severe they think they belong. Cavalier, they know they belong here because they have done it more consistently than any other team in the recent history of this league. 2 titles in the last 5 seasons, including the last 2 consecutively. It's an unconvincing at times. They were this season, and sometimes the past seasons as well. But one thing Cavalier have always found a way to do is win. And they will be banking on that experience, no matter the age of their squad. They'll be banking on the guile that they have in these big moments. And once again, no matter the age of their squad, to produce in this big final, in the big moments.
This is a big moment as we get ready for the greeting party led by the Ministry of Sport, Gender and Entertainment, Olivia Grange. She meets Captain Colossal. That's my name for Giovanni Leng. He dons the number 6 shirt for Cavalier. And they greet the entire Cavalier squad. This team so used to being in finals. An average age of 19.7 years, depending on the starting lineup, sometimes 20.2. But guess what? They have quality in their ranks. When you think of a 20-year-old in the form of Adrian Reed, having been to 3 consecutive finals, that is something not to be scoffed at. Portmore United, their last silverware in the island of Jamaica came in 2023, and they were winners of the link up, the knockout competition in the island of Jamaica, and they were able to get the better of Cavalier on that night. In some circles, that win perhaps was certainly held from a Portmore perspective based on some misdemeanors that took place in the locker room at halftime that unsettled the Cavalier team. Perhaps this moment is a moment of retribution for Cavalier. A big moment, the biggest of moments in local football in the island of Jamaica. That's Mike Ricketts, president of the JFF, Donovan White, an executive in the Professional Football Jamaica hierarchy, and so many sponsors and dignitaries. Owen Hill at the end of the line, CEO of the PFJL. The super final takes center stage. Big moment. Big moment. We pause now for the national anthem of Jamaica. The number 10 on your screen, Christopher Ainsworth. Goodness gracious. He scored a banger of a free kick in the quarterfinal. But all of that is insignificant now as we look at the starting lineup for Cavalier. This final, their most pressing and urgent matter. Twain Lynch gets a starting goal. Giovanni Leng, the captain. Shamar Watson, Akil Henry, Daryl Massicott, Adrian Reed, Christopher Ainsworth, Kimali Scott, Shad Sanbilan, Lewis Watson and Livingston Donaldson, the only change. Twain Lynch in goal. For Portmore United, Daniel Russell continues in goal. Ramon Howell, Emilio Rousseau, Akeem Mullings, Peter McGregor, Corey Burke, Romeo Guthrie, Marcus Reed, Ronaldo Robinson, Nicoy Gale, and Tariq, I dare give him the nickname Bomber Zimenez. They're coached by Rudolph Austin.
Quality all around for both teams. And of course, they can't ask for a better stadium than the National Stadium Kingston, Jamaica, to play such a massive final. Both teams, of course, are reaching the same.
It's a big final. It really is a big final. Of course, a superstar cast of officials, a Shea Nation who, for those who might not know, will be Jamaica's representative in the World Cup. And he'll be officiated as a central referee. A proud moment for the island of Jamaica. Of course, only Peter Prendergast before him has done that. Cavalier, they have brought a lot of treasure to Jamaica. Of course, just last year they had the grandeur of bringing Lionel Messi to the island of Jamaica, and I'm not sure if I've ever seen the National Stadium so jam-packed. Perhaps Cavaliers coffers have never been so jam-packed because of that as well.
Yeah, possibly 50 plus years ago, when they would have brought the Brazilian icon Pele to the National Stadium as well, back in 1971, January 31st to be specific. They are a team that knows how to bring out the stars, bring out the legends of the game, Cavalier. They do have a very young team poised to try and be legends themselves in the National Stadium tonight. But I'm sure that history, steeped in the Duncan Destroyers, will be surely passed on to them by their coaching staff and their technical director, Rudolph Speed, who won't be here tonight. He is the interim head coach of the Reggae Boys, the senior men's national team of Jamaica, who are taking part in the Unity Cup. So he has flown out. He is in England currently in preparation for that. And I can suspect his presence or lack thereof on the touchline for Cavalier will be a massive miss for them in such a massive game.
Yeah. But guess what? His representative on the touchline, David Layla, he has since taken off the jacket that he was done in the post-match.
It is quite humid today.
It is, but I had a chat with him and he mentioned that he just feels like he needed to dress for the occasion. This place in the final, a big moment for Cavalier, of course, a year of transition, but they have transitioned well. And he said a place in CONCACAF football is all that they really needed. Any victory here would be icing on the cake. I asked him if he liked icing, and he said, well, actually I prefer history, and it would be historic if they were able to get another win. For Portmore, another win would only further cement them as the highest performing local club. 7 titles already, you mentioned, Lejay. Title number 8 would put them way past their closest rivals, who both have 5 titles.
And what it would do as well is mean that since their change from Hazard United back in 2003, the Portmore brand alone would have more titles than any other team in Jamaica Premier League history. They're reaching out for some as well.
Big Hazard, of course, they won 2 titles, 1992-93. 2002-2003, and they were last in the final in 2019. That was a string of 4 consecutive places to the final, but the action gets off now. Portmore United, blue with red stripes and white stripes as well. Cavalier in white. Will they be Snow White, the fairest of them all? Cavalier in possession. Kimali Scott gets it to Massicott. Massicott back to Scott. He sends it to the keeper. An uncharacteristic defensive frailty shown in the opening minute from Portmore United.
I think that pretty much sums up a pattern that we might see in this game. Portmore United having the possession. Yes, they're holding it in deeper areas, trying to find a way to break through this Cavalier block. And Cavalier, when they win it in midfield, they get aggressive and they start passing the ball forward with such intensity. It's up to Portmore to defend those transitional moments well.
Nicoy Gale back to the keeper, Daniel Russell. Almost got a hand to a penalty converted by Joshawn Anglin in the semi-final, but has been a safe glove. Here's Romeo Guthrie. Zimin is all the way back. to Gale. Here's the captain, Howell. Marcus Reed trying to find Mullings. Akil Henry was there for Cavalier. Here's Donaldson for Cavalier. He tries to play it forward. Scott trying to outjump Zimenez. He wins this one. Or does he? Still alive. Portmore able now to get away. Marcus Reed on the ball. Portmore giving away the ball in some inopportune places. Christopher Ainsworth gets it to Lewis Watson. He goes all the way back to a new goalkeeper that we've been accustomed to in the playoffs, Dwayne Lynch. From a Cavalier perspective, that is. Good interception that from Nicoy Gale. Kimali Scott was ready to pounce there. Here's Marcus Reed. Lovely ball. Ronaldo Robinson on his bike wins the free kick.
And already making his danger felt by this Cavalier team. John Stewart speaking to him pre-game. Ronaldo Robinson loves playing against his former teams, and Cavalier, a team who he would have won the Jamaica Premier League title with a few seasons ago. He's looking to be a thorn in their side as well as he looks to earn his third Jamaica Premier League title, having also won with Harbourview in 2022. But before all that, it will be Emilio Rousseau, one of the two Portmore United players who would have won a title here previously. He and his left foot standing over this free kick. It might be an early test for Tawayne Lynch, as you said, newly minted in goal for Cavalier.
Can this be a moment of pure class and brilliance of Portmore United? Of course, earlier today we saw a fantastic free kick in the third place playoff between Montego Bay United and Mount Pleasant. Tabari Howell banged that one. But here we have Romeo Guthrie and Rousseau standing over this one. Cavalier wall set up by Lynch. Decoy run in the form of Zimenez. He won't be there. Rousseau straight to goal off the upright, and it's in the back of the net. Ronaldo Robinson, arms spread eagled because they are in full flight. Portmore United with a banger from the free kick and a poacher's goal from Mr. Playoff himself, Ronaldo Robinson.
Who else could it be? Who else could it really be but Ronaldo Robinson, the man for the big moment, the man who produces time and time again for Portmore United, and with his fourth goal in these playoffs, he has given a crucial lead to this Portmore United team and has given them a start that shows how they mean to go on. It's 1-0 Portmore, less than 5 minutes in. Great start, Dean.
Absolutely fantastic start for the super final, and this really sets the tone for the match. No team can remain cagey now. Here's Cavalier. Can they respond with immediacy? Kimali Scott now. Ball lost. Ronaldo Robinson. What a turn up for him. Here's Corey Burke, former national player. Gets it to Peter McGregor. Oh, wow. What are they on, Jay Williams? This is football on steroids. They are playing like monsters out there. This is lovely for the neutral.
Yeah, great start for Portmore United, and McGregor initially, I think, giving Tawayne Lynch the eyes. And with his left boot, I'm not quite sure if he was caught in two minds, whether to pass or to shoot, but he had options in the middle. Ronaldo Robinson at the far post, Corey Burke trailing behind at the penalty spot.
Here's Ainsworth. Can he respond for Cavalier? Gets it across. Too far across. Adrian Reed Jr. picks it up on the far right. Gets it to Donaldson. Good turn from him. He goes for the shot! Wide of the mark.
Yeah, and I'm very eager to see how Cavalier will respond to this. one thing that we've noticed by Cavaliers so far in practically their history, I would say, they are a front-running team. They don't necessarily do particularly well in negative game states, meaning when they're behind in any game. If you notice, their last couple of finals appearances both went to penalties, and even when Mount Pleasant would have taken the lead in that game, they responded almost immediately a couple of seasons ago. They are not a team that typically do well when having to trail, and that is even more emphasized seeing that they have a much younger team than usual this season. How will they respond?
Will the hunger that these young players have provide the current that they need to carry them forward? Akil Henry, 19-year-old defender from Trinidad and Tobago, doing the defensive duties on that occasion. Mullings has the responsibility for the throwing. Gets it in the ear. Guthrie. Marcus Reed. Howell. Guthrie all the way back to Rousseau. What a strike he had. Mullings with the attempted square. Took a deflection to Lynch. Ball launched forward quickly. Headed back in the direction Portmore wanted. Mullings. Throwing for Portmore again.
And you can see the immediate intent from both teams. Portmore United trying to get the ball to their attackers as quickly as possible. They made that switch to two strikers. And that's a save.
Tawayne Lynch had to respond, and it's real nervy moments for Cavalier here. Portmore doing all the business in the opening 10 minutes of this encounter. What seemed like an innocuous throw-in was headed towards the goal, and Tawayne Lynch had to spring like a frog to get that one away. There is a runner, and the police are going after him. What a moment. What a moment. Drama all around. This is Jamaica.
Yeah, it hasn't only been a quick start on the pitch, off it as well. Wasting absolutely no time, but back to the action on it.
Here's a corner kick. Headed away. It's a corner kick again for Portmore United.
Yeah, it was Ziminis who got his head to that one. Trying to put Cavalier under even more pressure early in this game. Guthrie to take this in-swinging corner from the left-hand side.
5 Portmore players to aim for. All of them beyond the penalty box. The 6-yard box to be more specific. Headed away by Livingston Donald. So here's Ronaldo Robinson. Got the shot, but it was blocked. Guthrie can't connect. Ainsworth with a lovely ball forward. Massicott still alive for Massicott. Has only one player to go. Kimani Scott on the left. Massicott couldn't get it to him. Still alive. Ainsworth. Can he find a pass quickly? He slowed it down. Adrian Reed with a grounder. But that was wide of the mark as well.
Yeah, we know he has a quality to catch them much better than that Adrian Reed. And this game has a real end-to-end feel to it. Not what we would have expected coming into it, Dean.
Yeah, Portmore certainly a defensive-minded team. They have in this playoffs really started playing a brand of football that I spoke to Rudolph Austin. He said that in many instances the quality of the field or the lack thereof hindered how they really wanted to play attacking football, but having a well manicured lawn has really helped them out here in the playoffs so far. So any assumption that it would have been a defensive minded game has really been thrown out. Here's Livingston Donaldson. Massicott. Adrian Reed chips it in the area. Mullings has to boot it out. There's tension on the field. There's a big Gaza massive in the grandstand as Portmore. They're loving the action. They have brought out the most populous city in all of the Caribbean. And the energy in the grandstand indicates that they really want title number 6 outright from Portmore's standpoint. Of course, Hazard won twice, but since being named Portmore United, they have won another 5 titles. What a danger this man is from the set piece. Here's the delivery, headed back.
And you can see the intent from Christopher Ainsworth as well. Twice in that semi-final second leg, he found the head of Kimarley Scott at that near post.
Here's another delivery. Russell had to punch it. Lang is stepping forward. Firm header beyond the reach of Ainsworth.
Yeah, too firm on that occasion. But twice you see the quality of delivery by Christopher Ainsworth on the first attempt, looking for that near post. On the second, dropping it right in the bread basket of Daniel Russell. He had to deal with it. It was a punch, but Portmore survived in those instances. And to Wayne Lynch, I think he did just about enough to survive in that instance as well. It will be a corner kick coming up for Portmore United down their right-hand side.
They have to defend this corner, does Cavalier. Marcus Reed steps away from it. And again, Emilio Rousseau steps across. What a strike he had from his cultured left boot. Rattled the crossbar and it fell so nicely for Ronaldo Robinson. What can he serve up again? 5 players in the box for Portmore. Rousseau with the delivery. At the back post. Was laid on for Marcus Reed. Took a deflection and it's out for another corner kick. Russell once more. Whips it in at the near post. Had to be headed away. Captain Colossal. Guthrie gets it back to Rousseau. Rousseau sends it in the path of Lynch, who makes no mistake there. Adrian Reed. Donaldson. Ball forward from Donaldson. Straight to Daniel Russell.
Of course, this Cavalier team won't necessarily lose their composure. They have been behind in these playoffs so far. Cast your mind back to the first leg of that quarter-final against Waterhouse. 2 goals down within the first 8 minutes of the game. And they were able to respond, bring that one back to a 2-all draw, and then win the second leg outright to qualify for the semi-final. So, despite being a young team, relatively inexperienced team, they certainly have some moxie about them. And surely their heads won't drop following that early concession by the hand of Ronaldo Robinson.
Cavalier, certainly key for them, would be winning the midfield battle. Marcus Reed in that midfield, sparking some magic. Peter McGregor tried the shot, but it was blocked out for a corner. For a throw-in, I beg your pardon. There have been so many corners, you could pardon me. Just about 6 of them so far in the opening half an hour. throwing for Portmore United. Mullings hurls this one. Here's another one. Captain Colossal again. Ronaldo Robinson got onto it but couldn't find a finish. Livingston Donaldson hurls this one forward off the boot of Emilio Rousseau. It's a throw in for Cavalier. Adrian Reed Jr. throwing, take a designate as is his wont. Does have the penchant of launching them deep into enemy territory. Here he goes. Comes back to him. Akil Henry. And have the best of passes there. But Giovanni Leng gave it away. Corey Burke, he won it back.
And had to as well. Robinson was steering into that space left by Gio Leng. But nonetheless, it will be Portmore in possession once more. And they've been quite comfortable with it, especially in these deeper areas, Dean.
Yeah, I reckon that David Layla and his coaching staff in charge today won't mind them having possession deep in their own half. We did see them with a similar level of comfort given to Montego United, but in the middle of the park they definitely won't want players like Guthrie and Marcus Reed, among others, to get onto the ball. Howell, that's Marcus Reed there, he got a touch. So trying to block passes in the central lanes, and Cavalier able to pounce. Here they come. Here's Massicott. He got a goal in the quarterfinal against Waterhouse. Tries to swing this one in. What a leap from Kimani Scott. How does he do that?
Yeah, great attempt by Scott. And it was a movement as well. You will see it here in the top of your screen. Notice the space, but he was the only one alive to this delivery. Nicoy Gale quite some feet away from him as he attempted to get that one on target. Unfortunately for Portmore, it wasn't, as they look to start another attack deep in their own half.
Rousseau on the ball. Howell back to Rousseau.
And uncharacteristically, actually, Dean, it has been Ramon Howell. His passing hasn't quite been as crisp to start this game, and it has put Portmore in some difficult situations to start things off. Has to tighten that up if Portmore are going to exert the control on the game that they would need to, as there's another loose one courtesy of Ronaldo Robinson, and Corey Burke does excellently to turn that one into a corner kick for Portmore. Yet another one early in this game.
Lewis Watson was trying to shield him off, but the experience, the guile of the rather burly Corey Burke able to provide the undoing of Lewis Watson there. Corner kick again. Portmore with no real sense of urgency, of course, in this game state. They want to wear out any momentum that Cavalier may try to develop over the course of their time in possession. Rousseau on the ball here. Swings it in. Heads go up. It's another corner, you know.
And the deliveries, especially from that far side, the right-hand side, courtesy of the boot of Emilio Rousseau, have been so consistent so far. Marquis Reed looking to deliver the same level of quality from this near side, the left-hand side. Let's see what he can do.
To the back post, and that was looped back in the box. But Milan trying to clear for Cavalier. Marcus Reed with a good takedown. Loses possession though. Ainsworth launches this one forward. One back by Portmore. Here's Ronaldo Robinson. Ziminis can't shoot from anywhere. Ziminis! is! I had to.
You certainly did. Based on what we've seen from Tariq Zimini's, not only in that semi-final second leg, but throughout his career, we know he has the range, we know he has the power, but on this occasion just lacked the accuracy to test Wayne Lynch.
Ball given away. Here's Guthrie. Pass it to Burke, his first touch. As perhaps is his one to let him down.
Needed better there, did Portmore. Their counter-pressing in particular has been excellent to start this game. Not necessarily pressing from the front, but whenever they do give over possession, they pick their moments excellently. And they've been winning the ball high and in very opportune areas against this Cavalier team. But they've yet to turn one of those turnovers into something deadly and maybe extend their lead on the champions in this final.
Here's Rousseau on the ball for Portmore. Guthrie, back to Rousseau. Massicott. Portmore being forced to go beyond passes in the middle, but it's been working for them with measured success so far. Not the kind of control that they'd want though, as Ainsworth wiggles his way out of problems.
Yeah, once again the ball control letting Portmore down. That time it was Peter McGregor, but immediately, Dean, you see that counter press stopping Cavalier from playing out and starting those transitions effectively. It really has been a hallmark of the first 23 minutes and 20 seconds of this final for Portmore United, as Mullings with acres of space now down this left-hand side.
Goes back to the center. Here's Ramon Howell. Good pass to Guthrie. Nicoy Gale trying to pick out Peter McGregor there. Throwing one by Cavalier. Minute number 24 in this encounter. The hustle of Portmore United, bodying the players when they need to. Akil Henry with a good header. Shamar Watson couldn't get onto that one. And Marcus Reed tries to chip the ball forward. Peter McGregor has Lewis Watson for company. McGregor lays it back to Marcus Reed. Good work defensively. Good counter press again. They win it high. Portmore lose it again. It's ping pong, Leger.
And that theme continues as Kimarley Scott wins a foul down the left-hand side. And possibly now some reprieve for Cavaliers. They look to start an attack of their own.
Corey Burke with a mad run of a press there, unsettling Gioleng. Louis Watson again making some forced errors.
And you have to think that Cavalier have learned from the mistakes of teams that have come up against.
Here's Kimarley Scott. Can he find the finish? Yes! No, it was yes, it is! Kimarley Scott! Goal number 4 in the playoffs! Gaza Badness has been tamed in the 25th minute. Portmore United back in parity. The press, the pressure, the movement of Scott, the alertness, 1-1.
And he was one of the most experienced heads on the pitch. Emilio Rousseau, one of the few players that have won a Jamaica Premier League title previously, that provided that mistake. It came down to the pressure, but Kimarley Scott showed absolutely no pressure on his young shoulders. Excellent composure, rounding Daniel Russell and finding the back of the net as he takes a seat to give his team a chance to regroup.
It's an on-field. Here's another look at it. Russell. He did it right at the other end and wrong at the other end in the same half. Poor back pass to Daniel Russell. And Kimali Scott. Poacher. It's an on-field conference for Portmore United off your screen as we look on that replay. The players themselves, they assemble. That's the benefit of experience, but Cavalier, they have gone to the sideline to have a chat with their coaching staff.
And you have to think that that's because Portmore necessarily, they've been the architects of their own demise so far in this game. They've been in control. They've been the better team for my money across the opening 27 minutes plus. They've done an excellent job in nullifying Cavalier. They took the lead, but when it came down to it, their slack passing has finally caught up to them, and they've relinquished their lead. And now they have to try and take it once more, as Guthrie's pass unable to connect with Tariq Zimini's.
Parity. A state of evenness, equality. For the neutral, certainly what they'd want to see. Let's see how long parity remains. Ball forward. Scott chasing. Russell has to respond. He does so well. Gets it out to Gale quickly. Portmore now, not wasting time in build-up. A bit more urgency. That's the benefit of parity.
I think they do need to do what they were doing before, however, trying to be more patient as they are now. Cavalier, of course, will have a lot of momentum at current. They will be trying to possibly get on the front foot, as that pass is just a tad bit too long by Romeo Guthrie. Portmore have to try and find a way to wrestle back momentum and play this game once more at their pace.
We'll soon be given chars and service like that, Lejay, from our position, I'm sure. Olivia Grange there getting something to drink. And he takes a sip. Inside minute number 30 in this matchup, half an hour mark of the encounter. Throw in for Portmore United. Flick on header to Burke. Lewis Watson got there first. Here's Ainsworth. Watson sends it one forward. Massicott did good to win that header, but only benefited Portmore United as they now venture forward. Kiel Henry has some defending to do. Shamar Watson doing good work. Christopher Ainsworth with a good control as well. Battle of the 22s on that occasion. Watson and Robinson both went to Kingston College. In separate times, both won as well. In the Manning Cup. Throw forward.
And they'll have another one here. That one coming off Zimini's.
Poor from Cavalier. Here's Corey Burke. Being hounded. Corey Burke was asking for it. O'Shea Nation says, get up. Even had the hand action as well.
Yeah, easy call for an experienced referee like O'Shea Nation, but Portmore still in possession here temporarily as Ramon Howell goes for that Hollywood pass. Here's the action once more. Nothing doing in that one. It was always going to be a battle of strength and pace. I think he reckoned that he was losing the battle of pace and opted to give up on his strength advantage, leading to losing possession there. But once again, it's that hustling, it's that hurrying by Portmore United. They just haven't quite been decisive enough in the final third, apart from their early strike.
Russo to Mullings. Nicoy Gale. Russo. Cavalier. Doing good man marking in the middle, but that ball came to McGregor. Livingston Donaldson tried as he might to hack it out. Didn't get the contact, but luckily for him, it goes out for a throw-in.
But it is in a pretty risky position, I might say, for Cavalier. Deep in their defensive third down the right-hand side. I think we can see why Adrian Reed has come across to take this throw-in. Maybe with a long throw-in they can gain some territory. Of course, it has been more and more popular in modern football to see teams even sometimes sacrifice giving up throw-ins in those areas just to press a team that far in, and this is why Portmore winning the ball back immediately.
Ball from Jimenez. Chioleng with the header. Lewis Watson also adds his head to the proceedings. Throwing once more, Jimenez with the ball. Perhaps I prefer with the ball at his feet. What a strike of the ball he is. Gets a throw, headed away by Adrian Reed. Kimali Scott trying to hack it forward. Here's Portmore now in possession. Mullings gets it. Good work from Watson to win it. No call from the referee as we heard some cries of anguish. Portmore give up possession.
Surprised neither of those were called for Portmore, but both players back on their feet immediately. Howell with a loose pass, giving possession back to Cavalier, but not for too long, as now Portmore have a throw.
Here's Marcus Reed. Played football at the high school level for Clarendon College, was a part of the superstar, well, there have been so many superstar teams for Clarendon College. But in his own way, he certainly had so much swagger about him. That ball forward though, inaccurate. Here's Cavalier. Massacott was fouled off the ball. Ball forward from Reed. Kimali Scott showing him where he really wanted it.
But I love the movement from Kimali Scott on that occasion. Just lulling his defender to sleep before bursting into the space. That's some excellent play by Ainsworth.
Ainsworth and Milan combining there. Ainsworth got it to Scott. Scott didn't have the first touch. Milan tried to follow through. But Portmore have some reprieve now. They try to build from the back. Marcus Reed gets it to Guthrie. Player still down for Portmore. That looks to be Ronaldo Robinson. And a Shane Nation now calling the medical team for Portmore United to come to his aid.
He was down for quite some time. Still is Ronaldo Robinson, following a tough challenge atop the Cavalier penalty area. Good crowd in the grandstand for this Royal Navy Jamaica Premier League Super Final.
Took the words out of my mouth, Lejay.
Portmore have sent Dustin Cohen, one of their saviors from that semi-final second leg against Mount Pleasant, to warm up in case Ronaldo Robinson wouldn't be able to continue.
That would be a big miss if they're forced to make that substitution so early, Portmore. But seems as if he'll be able to continue. Or did I speak too early? Well, he hobbles now. Nothing strange. Not seeing any urgency with respect to Dunstan Cohen. So perhaps he'll run it off, as we say in Jamaican parlance, and be ready for action again.
Yeah, he's a very tough cookie, and we did mention his affinity for finding big moments. Of course, he would have provided a big one back in his high school days for Kingston College, as he would have mentioned his alma mater, from the end that he's attacking currently against the school which Marcus Reed would have attended, Clarendon College.
Yeah. Champions Cup final
2019. But he is known for unleashing venomous strikes, ones with a lot of precision as well. But it was a pretty easy one for him as Portmore took the lead in this game. A Portmore United team that's currently playing with 10 men. He's back on now. It's 11v11 once more.
Howell to Zimenez on the far side. Nicoy Gale. They got the ball through. On that occasion, here's Marcus Reed. Gets it back to Guthrie. Good work from Adrian Reed to tiptoe and get that ball away from the Portmore attacker. He launches it forward. Daryl Massicott with a youthful exuberance bars it into the back of Emilio Rousseau.
I think he senses blood, trying to be as physical as possible. Obviously, he went over the line on that occasion, but having already made a mistake, such a costly one in this game, I think he knows if he applies maybe a little bit of pressure to Emilio Rousseau, there is a mistake that can be made. And we've already seen Cavalier profit from such a mistake.
There's always the risk of a defender who's made a mistake trying to overcompensate. So targeting such an individual in their fragile state certainly can bring the opposing team in an advantageous position. Here's Nicoy Gale. Here's Rousseau. Chia Ling has been everywhere. Has defended every ball. From the quarterfinals, I might say. Captain Colossal. Gale with that ball. Lovely take from Marcus Reed. Has space. Gets it to Peter McGregor. Howell. Immediately hounded, but freedom for Robinson. Spread that one in the path of Zimenez, who keeps it in. Robinson has Milan there for company. Ball comes across. Akil Henry. Saved by the alertness of Twain Lynch.
And speaking of alert, so too was Nicoy Gale in heading that one back calmly to Daniel Russell. Portmore are leaving their defenders 1v1 at the back in those transitional moments against the Cavalier attackers. So important for them to be switched on whenever they're defending in those moments. Loose pass on that occasion by Emilio Rousseau, a goal kick coming up for Cavalier.
#41st minute of the match. JPL Super Final, Portmore United and Cavalier. Wherever you're watching, we are so happy that you are tuning in. One all the scoreline here. Goals courtesy of Ronaldo Robinson for Portmore and Kimali Scott for Cavalier. Scott giving himself some problems. It's in the back of the net. Pressure again from Kimali Scott, forcing the error. What a magician this young man is! Single-handedly, he is a wrecking ball in the heart of the Portmore defense. And he silences the Portmore Massive. Here's another look at it.
You say magician, I might say he's the ultimate opportunist. Kimali Scott on 2 occasions, the most alive to a Portmore United mistake, and that's what it has been. Mistakes by 2 of the most experienced campaigners in their lineup. First, Emilia Rousseau, then their captain, Ramon Howell. That clearance, not good enough, but what was that finish, instinctive one by Kimali Scott. Cavalier, how many times have we said it, have found themselves leading in the Jamaica Premier League final. They're 2-1 up with halftime quickly approaching.
Wow. 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 O'Shea Nation trying to quell the questions of Giovanni Ling. Shamar Watson getting a talking to there. The follow through. Was excessive in the mind of O'Shea Nation. Tariq Zimenez still writhing in pain. He'll be up though, momentarily. Portmore United, for their credit, they have responded well under pressure in these playoffs as well. They certainly were pressured from Racing, and in the second leg they were able to brush them off. In the second leg again they were able to respond in a place of from a place of pressure to Mount Pleasant, and that game went to extra time, and whatever Mount Pleasant gave them, they gave them back in return. 4-3 on aggregate, 4-2 on the night. But there's no second leg here. Only the allotted time, 90 or extra time if needed. That's another look at that infraction from Shamar Watson. Zimenez eases to his legs now off camera. That's the Portmore coach, Rudolph Austin. As a coach, you can speak what's on his mind. Sends, looks to be Matthew Bell to warm.
We'll see 5 minutes of stoppage time. And I'm sure what's going through Rudolph Austin's mind can't be spoken on national television as Portmore prepare to take another set piece here.
Can lightning strike twice? Here's Guthrie delivery. Was headed by Scott. Out for a corner kick for Portmore. Another one. Zimenez returns to the field of play, so it's 11v11 once more. Happy for him. Of course, the Zimenez family have had winners all around. We'll tell you more on that. Here's the corner kick. Cleared by Cavalier. Nicoy Gale launches it again, but it's out of play for another throw-in.
And how this game would have started, you would have thought that Portmore United would have wanted to be on this National Stadium pitch for 80, 90 minutes straight. They wouldn't have wanted a halftime break. But now I'm sure they're so eager to get off this pitch. just to try and regroup, having essentially given away their lead in this game. They had the control, they had the chances, they had the goal, they had the advantage. But out of nowhere, two of their most experienced players wayward passes followed by a wayward clearance has gifted Cavalier and Kimberly Scott 2 goals. Just as how they've now given and gifted
another corner.
Yeah, a corner kick.
Guess
to
who's
the reigning
stepping
champions.
over? Christopher Ainsworth. He has been dangerous whenever he's on corner duties. Portmore would do themselves well to track the run of Kimberly Scott, who certainly knows how to get in position. Here's a corner taken low. Scott did get to it and played it off. Well, not so, says the referee. He played it out. Thought for a moment that he played it off a Portmore defender. Already we've seen 3 minutes of the 5 added on gone. Portmore United for those who are wondering, of course, Caribbean football available for these two teams. They qualify outright for the CONCACAF Caribbean Cup. The top 2 finishers in Jamaican top flight football having that privilege. Here's Howell with a strike, blocked by Akil Henry. Massicott on his bike now, trying to outrun Romeo Guthrie. Good work from Daryl Massicott, the Antiguan. Gets it across. Nicoy Gale was being harried by Shadsan Milan, but got away easily in the end. Plays it forward. Marcus Reed. Giovanni Ling giving earnest attention to that one and beating Corey Burke in his pursuit. Howell with a good touch. Milan there with him. Inseparable in the end, but illegal, says O'Shea Nation.
Maybe one last throw of the dice here for Portmore in this first half. Emilio Rousseau standing over this free kick.
Here's the delivery. Simmons at the back post, couldn't steer it on. That's the final whistle for the first half of the JPL Super Final.
And that pretty much sums up the action we've seen in this first half. Breathless at the National Stadium in Kingston, Jamaica. After 45 minutes plus, Cavalier a 2-1 lead over Portmore United. It's been enthralling, and personally, I don't want it to end by any stretch of the imagination. It's a great one, Dean.
It is. It really is a great one. Long may it continue. It's been good action from a neutral perspective. 2 poachers' goals are from Kimberly Scott for Cavalier, giving them the edge over Portmore United, who, with a monstrosity of a strike from a free kick, ricocheted in the path of who but missed the playoffs, Ronaldo Robinson, and he converted early in the encounter. But Cavalier, they know how. They have the know-how. Halftime score, Cavalier 2, Portmore United 1. Well, not every halftime highlight package has 3 goals. This one does. We'll guide you through them. Portmore hacked down on that occasion by Adrian Reed. Up steps Emilio Rousseau. Here's the strike. Off the crossbar to Ronaldo Robinson. He was off. Spread eagled with his run. And it was 1-0 for Portmore. They were eyeing glory. They continued to probe. That ball to McGregor had an open cavern to slot the ball through. Went wide, throwing deep, and it was headed. Wayne Lynch had to leapfrog in the path. Massicott came forward for Cavalier, swung that across. Look at the leap, the elevation from Kimali Scott. It was only a foretaste of what would come. Tariq Zimenez, he can strike from any place on the park. You have to give earnest attention. Pressure there applied from Massicott on Rousseau. Kimali Scott coaching, and he was able to bring clarity. Here's another look. Rousseau under pressure, couldn't complete the pass. Daniel Russell left stranded. Kimali Scott launching that one in the back of the net. Portmore hearts broken by that conversion, but there will be more heartache. But before that, Corey Burke went down. Cheaply said O'Shane Nation, FIFA central referee. Some say he's the best in the island. Look at that poacher's finish again from Kimani Scott. How does he do that? He worked his way, and he was able to beat Daniel Russell for a second time in the first half. Pick that up, Portmore. Pick that up. Ball launched from Portmore at the final moment of the half. Zimenez unable to convert. Halftime score, Cavalier 2, Portmore United 1. We take a break. Before that, let's look at the numbers. Possession won by Portmore, 63%, 13 shots, 6 to Portmore. They only had 2 on target. Cavalier, they had 5 from their 7 shots on target. 10 corners, 7 to Portmore. No offsides, no yellow cards, no red cards. Cavalier 2, Portmore United 1. Tonight's Jamaica Premier League playoff presentation is proudly brought to you by our valued partners who continue to power the growth of Jamaican football. Special thanks to Ray and Nephew, the official title partner of the Jamaica Premier League. Visit Jamaica, bringing the spirit of Jamaica to the world. We also acknowledge our league partners, CB Foods, Admiral, Sports Development Foundation, SDF. Club partners supporting our playoff teams include Chemtech, proud partners of Portmore United, Fosca Oats, proud partners of Cavalier, Sunshine Snacks, proud partners of Montego United, who went up in the third place playoff, and Jess Institute of Sports, proud partner of Mount Pleasant, who won the third place crown. We thank all our sponsors and partners for their continued investment in the development of local football and the future of the Jamaica Premier League.
Proverbs like, what goat do, kid follow. Good friend, better than pocket money. And if you can't catch Quaco, you catch him short. Just like the Proverbs, Bosco Oats is ingrained in Jamaica. From me yai there me knee, Mummy used to always remind me of those good old Jamaican proverbs to keep me wise. Proverbs like, what goat do, kid follow. Good friend, better than pocket money. And if you can't catch Quaco, you catch him short. Just like the proverbs, Bosco Oats is ingrained in Jamaica.
A new home of your own. The more you save, the more entries you get, and every entry has a chance to win. A brand new home of your own. VM, I say, is the key to winning.
Here's to the early risers, and we are here all-nighters, the go the extra milers, and let's do it until it works, workers. People who are powerful, because they powered through, day after day, challenge after challenge. You see, true power is not something you can buy or collect. It's something that starts on the inside, and you always know it when you see it. Sunshine Snacks Peanuts, proud supporters of the powerful.
Ray and Never, feel we culture, yo!
New beginning, we winning, so share our spirit where you living, yeah.
Share it!
I make we all a one par, you don't know we come from far.
From far, anytime we rep, feel we country. Rear it have to come with we.
No matter with the bad vibes.
Poor rear a celebration time.
I feel we culture. Make we show ya Jamaican culture.
Ray and Never, overproof from we just a do it to we culture.
A CB chicken, a better way. Introducing air chill chicken. It have more flavor, you don't know what you're missing. It tastes better, full of flavor in the kitchen. Better value, better taste, better chicken. CB chicken, tastes way better. Air chilled chicken, taste way better. Better value, better taste, better chicken. No antibiotic and hormone free. Have you tasted the new air chilled chicken? Or my chicken nut? CB chicken, it tastes way better.
I save from VM Building Society. Every deposit got me here. Every step forward put me in the driver's seat.
For everything you're looking forward to, open an iSave account today. Visit gotomyvm.com to get started.
Every $25,000 you save with iSave earns an entry to win cash or a new home of your own. The more you save, the more entries you get, and every entry has a chance to win. A brand new home of your own. VM, I say, is the key to winning.
Here's to the early risers, and we are here all-nighters, the go the extra milers, and let's do it until it works, workers. People who are powerful, because they powered through, day after day, challenge after challenge. You see, true power is not something you can buy or collect. It's something that starts on the inside, and you always know it when you see it. Sunshine Snacks Peanuts, proud supporters of the powerful.
Ray and Never, feel we culture, yo!
New beginning, we winning, so share our spirit where you living, yeah.
Share it!
I make we all a one par, you don't know we come from far.
From far, anytime we rep, feel we country. Rear it have to come with we.
No matter with the bad vibes.
Poor rear a celebration time.
I feel we culture. Make we show ya Jamaican culture.
Ray and Never, overproof from we just a do it to we culture.
A CB chicken, a better way. Introducing air chill chicken. It have more flavor, you don't know what you're missing. It tastes better, full of flavor in the kitchen. Better value, better taste, better chicken. CB chicken, tastes way better. Air chilled chicken, taste way better. Better value, better taste, better chicken. No antibiotic and hormone free. Have you tasted the new air chilled chicken? Or my chicken nut? CB chicken, it tastes way better.
I save from VM Building Society. Every deposit got me here. Every step forward put me in the driver's seat.
For everything you're looking forward to, open an iSave account today. Visit gotomyvm.com to get started.
Every $25,000 you save with iSave earns an entry to win cash or a new home of your own. The more you save, the more entries you get, and every entry has a chance to win. A brand new home of your own. VM, I say, is the key to winning.
Here's to the early risers, and we are here all-nighters, the go the extra milers, and let's do it until it works, workers. People who are powerful, because they powered through, day after day, challenge after challenge. You see, true power is not something you can buy or collect. It's something that starts on the inside, and you always know it when you see it. Sunshine Snacks Peanuts, proud supporters of the powerful.
Ray and never feel we culture. Yo!
New beginning, we winning, so share our spirit where you living, yeah.
Share it.
I make we all a one bar, you don't know we come from far.
From far, anytime we rep feel we country. Rear rum, it have to come with we.
No matter with the bad vibes.
Poor rear rum, a celebration time.
I feel we culture. Make we show ya Jamaican culture.
And if you overprove from we just a do it to we culture.
A CB chicken, a better way. Introducing air chill chicken. It have more flavor, you don't know what you're missing. It tastes better, full of flavor in the kitchen. Better value, better taste, better chicken. CB chicken, tastes way better. Air chilled chicken, taste way better. Better value, better taste, better chicken. No antibiotic and hormone free. Have you tasted the new air chilled chicken? Or my chicken nut? CB chicken, it tastes way better.
I save from VM Building Society. Every deposit got me here. Every step forward put me in the driver's seat.
For everything you're looking forward to, open an iSave account today. Visit gotomyvm.com to get started.
Every $25,000 you save with iSave earns an entry to win cash or a new home of your own. The more you save, the more entries you get, and every entry has a chance to win a brand new home of your own. VM iSave is the key to winning.
Here's to the early risers, and we are here all-nighters, the go the extra milers, and let's do it until it works, workers. People who are powerful, because they powered through, day after day, challenge after challenge. You see, true power is not something you can buy or collect. It's something that starts on the inside, and you always know it when you see it. Sunshine Snacks Peanuts, proud supporters of the powerful.
Ray and never feel we culture. Yo!
New beginning, we winning, so share our spirit where you living, yeah.
Share it.
I make we all a one bar, you don't know we come from far.
From far, anytime we rep feel we country. Rear rum, it have to come with we.
No matter with the bad vibes.
Poor rear rum, a celebration time.
I feel we culture. Make we show ya Jamaican culture.
And if you overprove from we just a do it to we culture.
A CB chicken, a better way. Introducing air chill chicken. It have more flavor, you don't know what you're missing. It tastes better, full of flavor in the kitchen. Better value, better taste, better chicken. CB chicken, tastes way better. Air chilled chicken, taste way better. Better value, better taste, better chicken. No antibiotic and hormone free. Have you tasted the new air chilled chicken? Or my chicken nut? CB chicken, it tastes way better.
I save from VM Building Society. Every deposit got me here. Every step forward put me in the driver's seat.
For everything you're looking forward to, open an iSave account today. Visit gotomyvm.com to get started.
Every $25,000 you save with iSave earns an entry to win cash or a new home of your own. The more you save, the more entries you get, and every entry has a chance to win a brand new home of your own. VM iSave is the key to winning.
Here's to the early risers, and we are here all-nighters, the go the extra milers, and let's do it until it works, workers. People who are powerful, because they powered through, day after day, challenge after challenge. You see, true power is not something you can buy.
Welcome back to the National Stadium. JPL Super Final. Cavalier and Portmore United. Cavalier in the lead after 45 minutes of action, 2-1. It was Portmore though who took the early lead since relinquished. Dean Smith with me is LeJay Williams. We have 45 minutes left in this encounter, LeJay. Your thoughts as we get ready for second half action?
I think with Cavalier having the lead coming into this second half, we'll see them revert maybe to tight, sitting a little bit deeper, sitting a little bit tighter as they plan to hold on to this lead that they have. For Portmore, it's whether or not they can find a way to break down what we know can be a very stubborn Cavalier. But based on what we saw in the first half, it isn't the same Cavalier hopefully we can get more of the same entertaining football from both teams as we're off in the second half of the Royal Navy Jamaica Premier League Super Final.
Portmore get a free kick as the action returns. Can they find some joy here? As Russell to lift this one in the area. Heads go up. Corey Burke got a head to it. Straight out of play.
I believe it was Marquise Reed stealing away at that back post. Diminutive figure just couldn't quite extend himself enough to direct that one on target. And an early warning shot, an early warning sign, courtesy of Portmore United.
Emilio Russo with stellar moments from a Portmore perspective. Also some not so stellar moments as well. But his deliveries have provided lots of joy. Thrown from Cavalier. Portmore takes the throw. Watson hacks that one in the air. Ainsworth launches it forward. Kimari Scott slipped and couldn't control. McCoy Gale able to mop it up. And Daniel Russell plays it forward quickly. Portmore trying to settle. Ball quickly to Ramon Howell. They go around to Tariq Zimenez. Howell. Can he be the maestro they need him to be? Here's Ronaldo Robinson, always alert. His ball forward to Zimenez, snuffed away. Cavalier now trying to break. Shamar Watson gets it to Christopher Ainsworth. The run of Daryl Massicott must be in his peripheral vision. McCoy Gale got there. Corey Burke and Shamar Watson. A bit of a tizzy there. Burke offers a helping hand. And it's a free kick for Portmore United. They take it quickly. Zimenez. Ramon Howell darts forward. Here's a good moment. Marcus Reed. Mullins there. Lost his bearings and lost the ball as well.
And that one played just a tad bit behind Akeem Mullins. But the intensity and the speed of play already been shown by Portmore early in this second half. Intercepted that pass. And that will be a throw-in heading the way of Cavalier. Lewis Watson feeling the strain after a collision with Corey Burke. But he will dust himself off to take this free kick, courtesy of that same collision.
Watson launches this one forward. Massicott tried to get there, but was won by Rousseau. Here's Shamar Watson. His ball forward cut out. Corey Burke. Guthrie. Forward to Ronaldo Robinson. Giovanni Ling was there with him. His ball forward to Peter McGregor. Snuffed away by Cavalier. They give up a throw-in, but neither matters when you think of how many Portmore players were barreling forward.
Yeah, good passage of play down the right-hand side for Portmore United. I'm sure Portmore would love to make Ronaldo Robinson an even bigger impact in this second half. Already a goal to his name, 4 goals to his name in these playoffs so far. Zimenez, 2 to his name, taking this throw into Nicoy Gale.
Gale tries to whip it in. Falls away of Daryl Massacre. He stabs it forward. Kimberly Scott gave earnest chase. Can he keep it in? No, he can't. Such a positive player.
And Meade is living at youth level, doing similar things but in much more ball dominant teams. But he's shown even when his teams necessarily aren't the protagonists when it comes on to possession, he can find ways to impact games. He can find ways to score pivotal goals. And that's all he's been doing throughout these playoffs. 5 goals now to his name throughout these playoffs for Kimberly Scott. The leading goal scorer, as a matter of fact, during this pivotal time in the Jamaica Premier League season. Cavalier keep unearthing gems all over the pitch to make big impacts at young ages in this league.
Livingston Donaldson, as you see him walking off, certainly one of them. I had a chat with the coaching staff. I was wondering where he came from. Certainly flew under the radar. And here he is starting in a super final in the JPL. Akil Henry launches at one forward. Massacre. Kept alive by Milan. Here they come. No, they can't keep it in.
Portmore trying to get things back on the way as quickly as possible.
Here's Zimmons on the ball. Rescued pass and Cavalier now have the throw in. Excellent pleasant words hurled at the guilty party there. Jimenez did spend some time in Belgium. Of course, has some national caps to his credit as well. Did mention that the name Jimenez certainly used to winning in Jamaican football. Ricardo Jimenez for Excelsior back 2004, 2005. He with Jamaica College, his brother with Kingston College. Here's the delivery he made, and the header over from Corey Burr.
And if there's any noggin that you would have assumed that Portmore United would have wanted this chance to fall to, it would have been the veteran Corey Burke as he stole in. And for a player of his standards, you have to consider that a free header, but couldn't direct it goalwards, much to the frustration of the Portmore Massive here in the National Stadium in Kingston, Jamaica.
Just in that passage of play, you see how much space Marcus Reed had in the middle of the park, and effectively they were able to nullify that amount of space in the first half. And we see why they can't give that amount of space. He was able to wiggle through the middle, whip it out to Jimenez, and his deliveries always on the money.
Doing well to earn that foul, Donaldson. McGregor unable to trap that long pass coming in from Emilio Rousseau. And that's what Portmore will have to do, but those passes has to be coupled with an ability to trap and sustain from a Portmore perspective.
Marcus Reed. Howell. Corey Burke coming back and winning that ball. Emilio Rousseau. Guthrie out to Mullings. Back to Guthrie. Ronaldo Robinson from the center circle gets it to Zimenez. His ball forward. Burke still on it. Gets it out wide to Zimenez. Cuts in. Loses possession momentarily. Easily held by Lynch. He launches it forward. Massacre giving chase. Daniel Russell.
There's actually a foul called against Kimarley Scott there, but he's the one requesting and needing treatment. But from my estimation, I believe Daniel Russell was a little bit off the hook based on him rolling outside of the penalty area while still in possession of the ball. Scott now back up on his feet. But that relentless nature of Kimarley Scott paying dividends once more. And Daniel Russell so lucky, in my opinion, as Portmore escaped with possession, and they'll make a couple of changes here, the first of this final.
Peter McGregor, one of the players to exit. J. Bryan. Comes on to replace him. Also Javier Brown, whose goal definitely brought them in the final.
And he's another player known for producing goals in big moments, especially since his move from Vere United to Portmore.
There's a throw in, headed away by Ling. Ronaldo Robertson tried to lay it off. Played away by Scott. Here's Nicoy Gale.
But as opposed to that first half, not seeing any of those Cavalier players.
Big bundle here from a Cavalier perspective. Gio Ling had to come big again, Captain Colossal.
And he did. Corey Burke was lurking after this long ball, created a bit of chaos for Akil Henry. Ling was behind the play, but made sure he could affect it. Corner taken short.
Russell with the delivery into the side netting.
Disappointing, but it did take a deflection, and it will be another corner kick.
The Portmore supporters trying to find their voice again. They love the spell of possession here for Portmore. Here's the corner. Headed away from Adrian Reed. Falls to Mullings. Ramon Howell, the captain. Tries the Trivella. Headed on. Into the back of the net. Lynch was a spectre in that period of play. He saw nothing of that. What the Portmore supporters did, the referee did, and Cavalier, they have relinquished their lead. Here's another look at it.
It's almost as if they were inviting Portmore United to come to them. And that moment of ingenuity, it was almost as if time stood still as Ramon Howell delivered that cross with the outside of his right boot. But the most alive, the most threatening, and the most decisive player in that penalty area was Tariq Zimenez. They said he came from a family of winners, Dean. He has at the very least brought Portmore level in this colossal final. The goals aren't done yet. It's Cavalier 2, Portmore 2, 30 minutes to go in this game.
Right at the hour mark. Wow. Wow. What a super final. This is football in the island of Jamaica. Wow. Play resumes. Who gets the go-ahead goal if there is to be one?
Over the last few seasons, Dean, we've seen finals in the Jamaica Premier League. Many people, I won't say myself because I'm an analyst, I like to focus on other things in the game, but many people would call those finals boring. Last season, the game that would have gone to penalties between Mount Pleasant and Cavalier, even the season before that, the 2-1 between Cavalier and Mount Pleasant wasn't too bad, going in Mount Pleasant's favor, in my opinion. But this certainly is a lively one.
Ziminis loses possession. Here's Samuel Watson trying to go the other way. Took a deflection.
Rousseau was once more who shanked his clearance.
Tense moments. Lively is an understatement, Lejay. Watson with that big ball forward. Robinson has pace. Wins the foul. Taken quickly. Thompson Cohen trying to weave his way through. Lost possession. Ainsworth hasn't come up big so far in this game. That could change at any moment. Here he is. Ainsworth turns his man with a delivery. Header on! What a save! Wow! This is football at the highest level in the island of Jamaica. I just said Ainsworth hasn't really come to the party yet, but look at the delivery. But the man who is the centerpiece of the party with a header, with pace and power, he continues to outleap players inches taller than him. Here's a corner kick. It went out.
A bit anticlimactic following that passage of play. Cavalier showing that they're still alive in this game as well. And Daniel Russell, I think, sensing that his team needs a little time out. Kimarley Scott almost providing the first hat-trick in a Jamaica Premier League final since, what would it be, 2014. That one coming courtesy of Dina Williams for Montego Bay United.
That broke a drought for Montego Bay United. Prior to that, they were Seba. Massacre trying to press high there. Almost stripped it from Ronaldo Robinson. Ramon Howell driving forward. Throwing for Portmore.
And the changes for Portmore, with Cohen coming in for Marquis Reed, Javier Brown coming in for Romeo Guthrie, especially those two. I'll get back onto that in a second as that throw-in comes in. What it has done is change the build-up responsibility. That's a lovely touch by Ziminis. Change the build-up responsibility for Howell. They don't quite have the technical ability of Romeo Guthrie dropping deep, creating those overloads in the first phase. And I think it's because they sense at Cavalier they're dropping deeper and deeper. They don't need that extra body in build-up. They're putting players forward.
Cavalier, they have two forward here. Ball forward. McCoy Gale had to defend and he did. Here's Javier Brown. Gets it to Zimenez. Portmore looking lively. Zimenez wins the throw in as well.
I remember Zimenez being extremely disappointed when he was substituted against Mount Pleasant in that semi-final second leg. Walked straight to the dressing room.
Here's Ainsworth. He was darting forward all by his lonesome.
He has responded in a big way. Although he might have sold his captain short there. And Cavalier now with a throw-in. Down their left-hand side.
Lewis Watson to hurl this one. Sent in the area. Back to Watson.
I think he just wanted to put his laces through that one, Lewis Watson. That one going all the way out for a throw-in for Portmore United. Down their left-hand side, deep in their own territory.
Send it forward. Cavalier win the proceedings there. Adrian Reed returns the favor. Massicott. All the way to Daniel Russell. It's Mullins. Howell. McCoy Gale. He's a schoolboy player for St. Andrew Technical. Here's a tantalizing ball. Corey Burke. And just fouled Captain Colossal Giovanni Lang.
Yeah, high boot. The call. Referee O'Shane Nation on it immediately as Gio Lang tends to his possible wound. Approaching the 69th minute of action. 22 minutes plus left to play in this super final, and it certainly has been super, hasn't disappointed in any facet so far.
Here's Lang. Doing well to get by. Gets it to Shamar Watson. Watson to Ainsworth. Simon is doing well to block that. And then to win the throw-in, courtesy of it coming off Christopher Ainsworth. Howell doing well under pressure there. Simmons goes across field. Cavalier pressing high, causing some nervous moments for Portmore. Good turn from Corey Burke. He did very well. Was fouled on that instance by the recovering Akil Henry, who will get the first card of the super final. And up comes Emilio Rousseau. We've already seen what he can do from the dead ball.
You're not quite favoring his left boot this angle, but Portmore have loaded the box. 5 players now in and around the 18-yard area of Cavalier. Make that 6, possibly 7.
It is 7, you know. Russell behind this one. Chips it up in the area. Heads go up and it's away. It's a throw-in for Portmore. Howell. Out for a corner kick. Rousseau again. This one will favor his left foot. Seems a bit labored in his approach. The Portmore crowd getting behind their team. Here's the delivery. Headed away. Millen has to follow through. Massicott and Millen again. Boots it into Portmore territory. Nicoy Gale now on the ball for Portmore as they try to rebuild from their own half. Patient possession for Portmore. Donaldson and Cohen in a battle here. Goal kick.
Yeah, Cohen unable to wrap his left boot around that attempted delivery. But Portmore certainly have come out in the second half with the intention to be the better team, and based on what we've seen so far, they have been just that, with the equalizer to boot. But can they turn their momentum, their quality, into more than an equalizer, into a possible winner in this final?
Howell being hounded. Here's Brown. Ball straight to Lynch. Launches one forward. Milan getting the rebound, loses it. Double team from Portmore doing the business. Pass from TJ Bryan. Off tilt. Lynch goes long once more. Howell wins it in the middle. One back by Reed, who has to play it out for a throw-in. I'm not sure if the tension is on the field of play, but there's an air of tension in the National Stadium. He seems cool, Captain Colossals. Giovanni Ling winning a foul. Lynch goes long. Big header from Nicoy Gale. Leg on the ball for Cavalier. He goes long again. Adrian Reed Jr. to Donaldson. His ball to Massicott is good. Massicott swings it in the area. Falls to Ainsworth. Ainsworth!
There was a shout for handball. And that melee as that one was delivered by Massicott. They thought it would have come from there. Referee Nation said nothing. And that one in the end just blasted over. And that was Massicot's last bit of action in this game. He will now be substituted by Romarian Thomas.
What impact can he give Cavalier, Romarian Thomas? Did win as a schoolboy with Mona High School. Here's a big opportunity. Well defended from Cavalier. He gets his first touch in the encounter, Romarian Thomas. Good play to Christopher Ainsworth. His ball forward. Telling ball. Adrian Reed to Thomas. Thomas under pressure there from Emilio Rousseau. And Mullings also launching it forward. Cavalier trying to step up the tempo. That cut out by Portmore. Leng on the ball. Gets it to Scott. Can Scott find the finish? Gets it across. Nothing doing for a Cavalier perspective.
Yeah, at the end of all that, it will be a goal kick, which we will have to wait to be taken as Daniel Russell seeks some attention, the custodian of Portmore United. Kimarley Scott once more. I was a bit surprised that he didn't attempt a shot there as he opened his body up. Russell being told to get back to his feet as Portmore take this goal kick short.
Here's Nicoy Gale. Just about 12 minutes left in this one. In normal time. Will there be a winner within the 90? Card will go out again.
And go the way of Brian. Left a bit. And the substitute, Romarian Thomas. Early welcome to the game moment for him.
There's an eerie tension inside the National Stadium. Lynch launches it forward. Scott pokes it in the area. Daniel Russell almost fumbled it. A second time, I should say, because he did fumble it the first. Portmore with reprieve. They launch it forward. Here's an opportunity. And they get a free kick in a very dangerous position.
And every time that ball is launched anywhere in the region of Corey Burke, he usually has such a big impact. And on this occasion, he flicked it on into the path of Brian, who was trying to wriggle away, trying to wriggle an angle to get around Lewis Watson. He could not, but referee O'Shane Nation deemed it to be illegal, his contact. And this free kick in the D, I would say probably 19.5 yards from goal, is setting up a tantalizing opportunity for Portmore, which quite a few of their players are taking a keen interest to.
There's a mass conference. It's a boardroom meeting of sorts between the players. Emilio Rousseau could bend it around the wall. Corey Burke could blast it through the wall. Both of them seen as the favored candidates. Tawain Lynch has to deliver should it breach the wall. Rousseau Can he strike? Or will it be Burke? Tension mounts inside the National Stadium. Minute number 81. O'Shane Nation being methodical in ensuring all is set for the wall. Whistle to his mouth, he blows it. Will it be Rousseau? Will it be Burke? Rousseau it is! Straight to the wall. Burke! It wasn't Burke, it was Cohen who tried to follow up. Burke trying to bulldoze. Robinson! Wide.
Cavalier defending with their lives. Misdirection as it was Rousseau stepping up to take it. Cohen slicing it as it fell to him. Burke with some twinkle toes and a wild challenge. And after all that chaos, it fell to Ronaldo Robinson, who lost his footing and sent it wide. Goal kick in the end for Cavalier.
Throwing for Cavalier. Under 10 minutes, Lejay. Will we have a winner? Or will it be another half an hour that we stay here?
Both of these teams needed an extra half hour to get to this final. But Cavalier and their tired legs, I'm sure they would love to clinch a goal within the 90 minutes. And they'll have a very good opportunity here. A Christopher Ainsworth corner kick in swinging from that right hand side. There are 5 players in the box, 2 just outside.
Ainsworth with the delivery, held by Daniel Russell. He releases quickly, but so does Leng. He storms forward. Giovanni Leng sends it to the back post. Ainsworth picks it up. What can he deliver? Under pressure, still Ainsworth gets around. Still alive for Cavalier. Portmore under some pressure here. And now the captain blasts it off. Christopher Ainsworth, and rescues Portmore from a period of intense pressure. That's the couple, Jay. That is the trophy. 14 teams set out last August to lift. Only one will get it. It's still even Stevens between these two teams. With just about 6 minutes left to play in normal time. Here's Romarian Thomas. Play down for Cavalier.
It's Christopher Ainsworth. Certainly not a player they would want to lose. It seems as if he got a blow to the head at some point. It will always be difficult to tell when, especially considering the amount of chaos we've seen at times during the second half.
Should this game go to extra time, Portmore having already made 3 changes, how will that impact them with Cavalier having all of 4 changes remaining?
It certainly is a big factor if we were to play an extra 30 minutes. Especially energy expended by Portmore United to try and get back into the game, get that equalizing goal. Their tempo has decreased as the second half has gone on. Cavalier, it's been quite steady, I would say. throughout the 40 minutes we've seen in this second half, as Ainsworth taking his time, sauntering off the pitch. Doesn't look as if he's in the best sorts, does Christopher Ainsworth, but it certainly would take a lot for him to depart this pitch as Portmore take their goal kick and look to launch another attack.
Burke gets the header. Adrian Reed with the clearance. Ball given away. Seemed to have been a handball there. Portmore getting some reprieve. They play quickly. Too quickly for Shea Nation.
Portmore will instead possibly try and launch this one towards Cavalier's penalty area through Emilio Rousseau. Cavaliers still with 10 men on the pitch.
In the area, Lynch came forward, handled it well. Rolls it out to Adrian Reed. He launches forward to the solitary target man, Scott. Mullings. Howell. Here's Ronaldo Robinson. Lynch grabs that one easily. Ainsworth.
Looked as if there was a stray elbow to the face of Akeem Mullings. Howell trying to take that one quickly.
Here's Howell. Ball intercepted. Scott lays it for Ainsworth. Portmore, last ditch defending again. No real surge from either team in these last 7 minutes or so. Both teams weary that a goal at this juncture could condemn them to the lesser prize. Portmore venturing forward still. Here's an opportunity. Robinson off the post. Wow! How unlucky! Portmore United trying to get the winner, but the post being Cavalier savior on that occasion. More action for them. Mullings on the ball. Howell with time and space. Robinson again. He has an intention about him. Zimenez rips it in. Low. Watson will clear. Boots it forward. Nicoy Gale with a header. Zimenez comes to collect. Slipped there, but managed to keep his footing. Robinson goes all the way back to Rousseau. Can he ping a pass forward? Looking for Corey Burke. Good hold up. The shot was tame at best from TJ Bryan.
And finally an end to what has been a frantic spell for Portmore United. What an attempt that was by Ronaldo Robinson, almost a match winner. But now it's Cavalier looking for that match winning goal.
Watson dancing, gets the shot off, straight to Daniel Russell. He launches it forward immediately. Javier Brown. We're at the end of the 90. Damian Cartman, the fourth official, indicates 4 minutes to be added to the 90. 4 minutes for a winner. Barring a winner, we go to 30 minutes of extra time.
Here's a chance for Ronaldo Robinson once more. Broke to him in the box on his favored left boot. Once again, he was the one most alive. Lynch wasn't getting there. But luckily for him and luckily for Cavalier, they survive.
Here they come. Thomas. Couldn't get it to Ainsworth. Here's Simmons, who gave it to Robinson. Robinson out wide to Javier Brown. Back to Robinson.
I believe it was Leng trying to reach to intercept a possible cross there. As Robinson slipped, might have caught the Cavalier captain.
Robinson still down, helped up by Leng. Certainly no rancor between the two teams. It's been a good spirited match.
Yeah, most definitely. It looks as if in good spirit. Unless something changes within the last 2 minutes and 20 seconds, we'll see 30 minutes more of it.
Cavalier trying to ready a change. Dwayne Allen, the player, seemingly set to come on, but here's Portmore trying to get the winner. TJ Bryan stripped of possession. Leng fouled. Says Shane Nation. Relief for Cavalier. He was in no man's land. Scott brought it down. Still alive. Adrian Reed to Scott, to Romarian Thomas. Rode a challenge. Can't get it to Christopher Ainsworth. Cohen plays it out from the back. Donaldson on the ball for Cavalier. Keeps it alive. Adrian Reed has options to pass though. Should have done it a bit early in my mind. But all's well that ends well. Here they come still. Donaldson trying to turn the older Key Mullings. Lost possession. Shad Millen being brought off by David Layla. Dwayne Allen, who scored in the quarterfinal second leg matchup against Waterhouse. He enters for Cavalier. Could have the whistle indicating the end of normal time any moment now. But Portmore, they have one last hurrah. Or perhaps not.
That will be a free kick, and possibly now we'll see that final roll of the dice for Portmore. Rousseau coming over. It certainly will be the last attack in regular time. Can Portmore forge a goal at the death here?
What a moment it would be. Early in the encounter, he provided magic from which Portmore scored. Rousseau with the delivery to the back post. Kimberly Scott doing the defending. He's been instrumental at both ends at the park. End of regulation time here in the JPL Super Final. Parity between two teams who needed extra time in their respective semi-final matches to make it all the way to the final. Cavalier, they had two first half goals. A come from behind run for Cavalier. Portmore United went ahead, then equalized And that equalizer came in the second half. Cavalier 2, Portmore United 2, JPL Super Final. Second half highlights here. Lovely delivery, that free header for Corey Burke. Ziminis pinged that one with precision and power. Corey Burke, all he needed to do was guide it on target. Hasn't been able to do that all playoffs. Daniel Russell should count himself lucky. Did venture outside of the penalty box with the ball in his possession, but it really was a moment that he was speared there. Last ditch defending from Captain Colossus. Lovely ball that from Howell. Look at the header. Tywin Lynch was shell-shocked, frozen, as if he saw a ghost. Ainsworth almost immediately after provided this moment. What a powerful header. What a wonderful save from Daniel Russell. Kimberly Scott was the player there. Big moment here again. Christopher Ainsworth unable to get it on target. Free kick for Portmore. Nothing doing until this one went wide of the mark as well. They would have a big opportunity through Robinson here off the upright. Unlucky for Portmore. So lucky for Cavalier. Shamar Watson drove forward. Doesn't venture forward a lot. His shot straight to the keeper. That's how the 90 minutes ended. 2-2. We're standing by for extra time. We're getting ready for the first half of extra time here in the JPL Super Finals. Cavalier and Portmore United locked 2 apiece at the end of 90 minutes. 30 minutes left to separate them in extra time if possible. If not, penalties. Dean Smith still with me is LeJay Williams as we see where Corey Burke has been substituted at the start of extra time.
His energy was fading towards the end of those 90 minutes. But an interesting change for him. Rashawn Small making the entrance, meaning now that Tariq Ziminis will be the player moving forward into that striking area, forming a partnership with TJ Bryan. Gutsy call. Let's see if it pays dividends for Rudolph Austin and his Portmore coaching staff. I think what that does though is possibly not quite give Portmore the option of playing long, although they do it nonetheless. And Zimenez does win the header, but that flicked one goes all the way through to Wayne Lynch.
Ainsworth trying to keep that one alive. Nicoy Gale doing the business, playing it out for throwing. Both teams showing some tiring. Adrian Reed can't get it. Zimenez pushing forward. Adrian Reed with him. Still Zimenez. Akil Henry played it off him and it's a goal kick.
Already some dizzying intent by Tariq Zimenez, who's not necessarily stranger to playing in that position at times during his career. As a matter of fact, if you were to cast your mind back to the beginning of last season for Portmore United, he was nominally deployed as a striker in a 3-5-2 system, and he did score against Cavalier early in that 2024-2025 season. If we're also speaking about familiarity, we can speak about the fact that Cavalier, of course, no stranger to the extra time period in a Jamaica Premier League final. As a matter of fact, their last 3 triumphs have come courtesy of the penalty shootout, meaning they would have had to survive an extra 30 minutes at the end of the game. This is their bread and butter, one might say.
Shade Nation off your screen having a chat with 2 players. Lewis Watson and TJ Bryan. Small with the throwing. Ball won by Ainsworth. Slips it forward for Scott. Nicoy Gale tripped him over. Free kick for Cavalier. Player still down for Portmore. I reckon we'll see a lot of that in this extra time. Ronaldo Robinson, the player who's down, back to his feet now. Runs back to do some defending. What kind of delivery do we have on our hand for Cavalier? Adrian Reed in the area. Watson tried to win it back. Portmore has it. Javier Brown can't get it forward. Adrian Reed couldn't hold on to it either. Tired legs, perhaps tired minds. Ronaldo Robinson stripped of possession expeditiously by Adrian Reed. It's a throw-in for Portmore.
One which he will wait for Rashawn Small to take. Ronaldo Robinson. It was courtesy of a breakdown following a long throw-in where Portmore got their second goal. Can they repeat the trick?
Robinson gets it back out wide. Cavalier with some defending to do. Ainsworth launches it forward. Nicoy Gale read that well.
He's done well largely dealing with Kimarley Scott in this game. But his defensive partners haven't quite had the same success. Kimarley Scott still with 2 goals in this game. crucial too as well.
Lots of gimmickry by the grandstand for the Portmore supporters. They're enjoying themselves.
Nothing but serious business on the field, however.
Romar and Thomas giving chase to this one. Ball sent forward for Jimenez. Donaldson has some defending to do. Javier Brown all the way to Ronaldo Robinson. Waits for the run of Small. Small now. Try to whip it in. Charge down. Ainsworth going the other way for Cavalier. Kept possession. Has options in the form of Dwayne Allen. I wonder why he didn't use him. Shamar Watson now.
Tired pass on that occasion. Unable to connect with Donaldson, and it will be a throw-in for Portmore United. Key Mullings to take.
Cohen. Had a tremendous header in extra time in that semi-final matchup against Mount Pleasant. The assist came from TJ Bryan. Mullings whips it across. Hit away by Watson. Jimenez took it. Robinson saw glory.
Yeah, always going to be a difficult one to guide on target. He was on the bounce. He caught it, but surely that one would have caught his ankle bone and ballooned over the top of the bar. And in the end, it's a goal kick heading the way of Cavalier.
Eight minutes gone in extra time. The first half. Dwayne Allen winning that one. Watson. Still alive for Cavalier. Ainsworth. Ainsworth. Right off Gale for a throw-in.
He's been trying to break away for quite some time, and a frustrating decision from a Cavalier perspective.
We apologize for that break in transmission. We're back at the National Stadium, and for the viewing public, there's no update, but that Christopher Ainsworth has been withdrawn due to injury. And Kishane Gordon has come on to replace him. Still 2-2. Between Portmore and Cavalier in this super final. That's a throw now for Cavalier. Here's Ronaldo Robinson. Javier Brown with acres of space. Howell. Out wide to Cohen. Cohen back to Ziminis. Ziminis to Cohen. Cohen! He needed a better finish. He needed to at least bring that on target. That could have been, should have been Portmore's moment.
What a superb passage of play by Portmore and Dustin Cohen. And once that one broke for him on his right boot as he cut in onto it, I certainly felt as if he should have hit the target here, right? And he certainly has the quality to do so as well. He'll want that one back. Handball call against Kimarley Scott and a free kick coming up for Portmore United.
Here's Cohen. Just saw 1 minute added to the first half of extra time. And that minute has ended. On to the next. Still there is parity. Nothing to split these teams. Over some 105 minutes so far in the encounter. Another 15 minutes to try to find a winner outright.
Portmore still with the better of the chances. They have been the team in the ascendancy. But when that big chance fell to Dustin Cohen, he couldn't quite find that decisive moment. Still we plug away. And after 15 minutes more, we could be heading to the dreaded penalty shootout. We've yet to see it in these playoffs. Both times when games have gone to extra time, these two teams, as a matter of fact, have found pivotal and match-winning goals. Do they have another one in them? We have 15 minutes plus to see.
What a moment we have in our hand. Daniel Russell already down, requiring attention immediately. Haven't even seen kickoff. At this moment, you reckon that both coaches, they are thinking about penalties. Who do you think has the advantage in that metric?
I think it would be difficult to look not at Cavalier in terms of having the advantage. They've won the last two editions of the Jamaica Premier League courtesy of a penalty shootout here at the National Stadium against a team in blue. If there is any more omens you would want, I'm not quite sure what to tell you, but we are off in the second passage of extra time.
Cavalier trying to prowl, but Portmore doing defending. Ball won by Cavalier. Shamar Watson. Tracked down by Javier Brown. No urgency. Adrian Reed has the delivery to make. players in white to aim for. He delivers it in the box. At the back post! Donaldson couldn't get it on target.
It fell to him extremely kindly. He was the only player around that back post area. But on that left side, his weaker left side, couldn't quite steer it goalwards, or on target at least. Portmore United preparing a change. Matthew Bell, the one being prepared to come on. He might be the trump card for this Portmore United team. The number 16 overall pick in the 2024 MLS Super Draft. After an injury, he is back in Jamaica. And I'm sure he's looking to make a huge impact on these Jamaica Premier League playoffs and the final. He might have around 10 minutes to do so.
Portmore in possession. Here is the captain for Portmore, Howell. To small the substitute. Another substitute, Javier Brown. Ball won by Livingston Donaldson. Takes his time, gets it to Shamar Watson. Romarian Thomas gets it out wide to Adrian Reed. Sends it goalward but wayward. It's Tariq Zimenez who will make way for Matthew Bell to enter the fray. Does look a dejected man, Tariq Zimenez. Handling it in a bit more mature fashion today.
I think he might just be too tired to walk to the dressing room.
Cavalier in possession. Reed. Here's Bell trying to make immediate impact, being a nuisance there. Dwayne Allen gets it to Romarian Thomas. His ball forward to Kishane Gordon. Apologizes immediately. Howell trying to turn. Gordon tripped him. TJ Bryan gets on the end of this one. Akil Henry with him. So is Adrian Reed Jr. Cavalier in the possession. Ball sent forward. Can't get to Scott. Howell heads it in the path of Javier Brown. He's looking for action. Gets it to Bell. Bell shakes one. Can't chip it forward. Captain Colossal streams forward now. Points to where he wants Kishane Gordon to go. Does a few step overs. And does win the foul.
Yeah, Matthew Bell tracking him all the way back. But the skipper doing an excellent job of evading him and then winning a free kick for his team. No more Christopher Ainsworth to whip these ones in. It does appear as if it will be Adrian Reed.
What can he deliver? Adrian Reed to deliver to 6 men in white in the box. Low. And out for a corner. Came off a Portmore player. Kishane Gordon now tasked with corner duties for Cavalier. What can the number 26 He too won with Mona in 2023 in the Manning Cup. Here's that kick. Flicked on. Portmore clear. Robinson. Watson with a crucial tackle. Breaking up that play. Sean Fraser in the background of that picture. So animated, always animated. TJ Bryan with the handle ball there.
More so it gives Cavalier a chance to buy some time.
Lynch goes long. Donaldson. Small. Robinson. Dwayne Allen trying to pick the pocket. Here's Matthew Bell. So much pace. Such a poor pass though. Both teams seem to be sauntering now, literally, as if they're dying for the full-time whistle. Robinson has maintained his lively demeanor in this matchup. Gale. Rousseau. Small. Mullings. One by Gordon. Thomas gets it back to Gordon. And he gave it away cheaply.
Yeah, Mullings retreating well, and Rousseau in the end winning a goal kick courtesy of the back of Kimarley Scott. Around 6 minutes plus if there's any additional time left to go in this one.
Portmore in possession. Can they find a winner? Here's Nicoy Gale. Adrian Reed picks this up for Cavalier. But Nicoy Gale had to be perfect there, and he was. Portmore. Kimarley Scott hassled on that occasion.
And does a good job once more of driving his team up the pitch, just like Romarion Thomas is doing now.
Here's Reed, back to Thomas. Almost lost it. Henry to Leng to Watson. Good work from Kimarley Scott. Shamar Watson turns. Can he find the shot? Charge down. Javier Brown sends TJ Bryan to run. He beat his man. TJ Bryan goes again. Brian in traffic, lays it off to Bell. Can he ring? Bell to Cohen. Big save. Big passage of play. They have come alive in the second half of extra time. Cavalier living dangerously. Portmore smelling blood.
Yeah, good work there by those Portmore attackers. And eventually that shot by Cohen, he was drifting away from goal. And he will be the one to whip this corner kicking and an in-swinger from that left-hand side.
Three minutes in normal time. The 117th minute of the match. Few Montego Bay players still here. Headed away by guess who? Kimberly Scott. To Wayne Lynch. I reckon he doesn't have a serious bone in his body. He actually took that one down so calmly. Cohen again. Small. Slipped. Almost lost possession. Javier Brown. He's driving forward. Still Brown. Livingston Donaldson did very well. His clearance not so good. Howell has pace. Robinson. Still Robinson. Can't get it across.
Another corner kick coming up for Portmore United. Finally, they're turning on some pressure.
Here is corner kick for Portmore. TJ Bryan at the back post. Booted away by Adrian Reed. Throw in again. Pressure mounting. Pressure mounting. Can Cavalier withstand this pressure? Or will Portmore find the breakthrough?
Akeem Mullings, it will be to launch this one in.
Good throw in. Headed away from a Cavalier perspective. Rousseau with the shot. Deflected and out.
And as time ticks on in this second passage of extra time, Cavalier preparing two changes. I see Chad James, a regular penalty taker for this Cavalier team, so you can clearly know what that change is for.
Goalkeeper Dwayne
Right
Lynch
on
also
cue.
down. Kimberly Scott will be withdrawn to accommodate the entrance of Chad James. Also coming on, Terrence Williams. He replaces Livingston Donaldson.
Yeah, those changes surely with penalties in mind. Doesn't seem as if Portmore will be responding in tow.
Not sure if they have any changes left. That's the final whistle. To penalties we go. As it was in 2024 and 2025. Penalties the means through which the champion of the Jamaica Premier League will be decided. At the end of 120 minutes of football, Cavalier 2, Portmore United 2. Back to the action here at the National Stadium, the JPL Super Final. We will use the penalty kicks to separate these two teams. 2-2 after extra time. Tense moments here, to say the least. Tense moments.
And it will be Portmore United to kick first. A reminder that 67% of the time, the team that takes and scores first wins a penalty shootout. Emilio Rosso missed a penalty for Portmore in the quarterfinal against Cavalier's second leg last season.
Rosso buries this one. Cohen Lynch dived right, but couldn't get onto it.
Avenges his demon not only from that penalty miss in the quarterfinal last season, but also the mistake he made for Cavaliers' first goal. Portmore with the advantage, and statistically it's usually a telling one. Chad James, who has taken several penalties for Cavalier from the start of pre-season until now, usually extremely reliable, brought on to take a penalty. Can he deliver in this big moment? The first penalty for Cavalier coming up.
Chad James, can he dispatch this one for Cavalier? Steps forward. Oh, too cool for school. He steers Daniel Russell in a dismissive manner, as if to say, how dare you even think you can step forward to my penalty. Wow.
Yeah, if you're dispatching them like that, I can understand the audacious nature in which he celebrated with. 1-1 in the penalty shootout. Ronaldo Robinson up next for Portmore United. He scored a penalty for Portmore against Cavalier in a 4-2 win, the first time these two teams met in the first round of the regular season. Can he repeat the trick here?
Did score in regular time. Ronaldo Robinson steps forward. There is that one as well. Lynch stranded.
Calm penalty, cool penalty. Ronaldo Robinson in his third Jamaica Premier League final, looking to win his third as well. He has given Portmore the lead once more in the penalty shootout. Akil Henry now stepping up for Cavalier. Their number 5, their big lumbering centre back. What can he deliver?
Akil Henry to keep Cavalier equal, and he does so. Flashes off the keeper as well with a dismissive manner. They have a swagger about them, these Cavalier penalty kickers.
Yeah, Daniel Russell got a hand to it, however. Almost was enough to put that one over the bar. But all's well that ends well. It's 2-2 in the shootout. Dustin Cohen, the 19-year-old, now stepping up for Portmore United.
Was in a penalty shootout with Glenmuir in the DaCosta Cup final last year. Lost that to St. Elizabeth Technical High School. Can he break that jinx, that ignominy? Cohen has been playing Premier League football from the young age of about 16, 15. Calm.
He returns the favor. The young players showing the utmost composure. And just as his former national teammate did, Chad James, Dustin Cohen with the Panenka, and riles up his crowd as he gives Portmore the lead once more again in the shootout. Adrian Reed Jr. now stepping up, his third Jamaica Premier League final. Pressure on him now.
Has scored in the previous 2 penalty shootouts that he's been a part of. Adrian Reed Jr. with more experience. Will he maintain that stat? Easy does it. 3 for 3 from both these teams. An interesting stat before we see the next penalty. Portmore United, they have been in 5 finals that they have lost across their journey from Hazard to now. Cavalier, they've only been in, I take it, 2 since the start of the Jamaica Premier League all the way back in the 1970s. Is that something that weighs in the grand scheme of things?
Matthew Bell stepping up for Portmore United. They brought him in for an X Factor. Can he provide now?
Matthew Bell. Will he ring for Portmore? Oh yes.
Never in doubt. Cool that penalty. Well dispatched by the former MLS draftee. Portmore forcing up in the shootout. Everyone perfect so far. Terrence Williams, another player brought on to take a penalty. It's his time now.
The Excelsior Manning Cup captain hoisted the trophy last year. They didn't need penalties, but Cavalier needs him in the penalty shootout. Terrence Williams versus Daniel Russell. Takes his time. Saved! Toucan and Daniel Russell gets the advantage. The young whippersnappers, finally their resolve seemingly broken now.
And it was excellent by Daniel Russell, not budging despite that long run-up by Terrence Williams. Did not move an inch until he struck the ball. And that strike was not good enough to beat the Portmore custodian. And what that has done is set up Javier Brown, his second season in Portmore, to be the hero, to be the man to possibly win Portmore their 8th Jamaica Premier League title. It's all come down to this.
Javier Brown with destiny on his shoulders. Javier Brown steps up. That's Portmore's 8th. Rudolph Austin has returned glory to Portmore United. What a moment for them. Kelly Clark's a song. Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this. Cavalier, for all their labors, they come up short. They have done so much damage in penalty shootouts over the years. They now finally feel the heartbreak. Portmore rejoice all the way back to the Sunshine City. Here's another look at the moment of destiny. Javier Brown behind it.
What a calm penalty. What a decisive one. And he has provided big moment after big moment. The goal that sealed Portmore in this final defied all odds for them to beat Mount Pleasant in extra time was scored by Javier Brown. Who else to score the winning penalty? Terrence Williams on his knees, inconsolable for Cavalier, but it's jubilation, it's relief, it's celebration for Rudolph Austin and Portmore United. Cavalier denied a 3rd consecutive title. Portmore returning to the apex of senior men's club football on the island of Jamaica. Many people would say that's where they ought to be. 2 titles as Hazard United, 1993, 2003. They made the controversial move to the Sunshine City of Portmore. Many fans weren't happy, but they've certainly won them over. Won them over by pursuing excellence and being excellent. Since 2003, 6 titles. And you should have known, 7 years without glory, last lifting the title in 2019. You should have known once they got back to the showpiece game, they were going to deliver, and deliver they did, stopping a dynasty and possibly beginning one of their own. Portmore United 2025 2026 Jamaica Premier League champions. They've done it the hard way, but they've done it the only way they know how. What a victory, Dean.
What a big victory for Portmore United. The fans, they stayed in mass well beyond 10 o'clock. They stayed with their team. They buoyed them on. They kept them going. And at the end, with a penalty kick, it's always anyone's game. But throughout the 120 minutes of play, Portmore certainly very industrious, always pushing forward, and they had the better chances as well. Tough break for the young men from Cavalier. Surely they'll be back. They're back in Caribbean football, but so is Portmore. Joy. Joy for the Sunshine City. See what it means to them. It means all the world to this team, to their supporters. They brought more than a few to the National Stadium. Look at that treasure chest that will be raided mainly by Portmore players, and that trophy will be handed to Ramon Howell. Big moment for Portmore. We're standing by for the awards presentation here at the JPL Super Final. Portmore will be the toast of the awards. Personally, I'm not a fan of penalty kicks to decide a winner, but guess what? It has to be decided. And quite frankly, there's no alternative that makes more sense in my mind either. Portmore United delivering the goods. That's the Rick Jimenez. He scored a header on the night that had Lynch frozen. He's embraced by Ronaldo Robinson, who also scored early in the match. First to the rebound. Portmore United. Big moment for them. Portmore United creating separation between themselves and every other team in the island of Jamaica. Eight titles. Talk about the hedge money. If you're still with us, we're still standing by for the awards presentation here at the Jamaica Premier League Super Final. The match officials who took charge of this one, of course, they'll be awarded awards presentation ongoing. Ashay Nation, the referee in the final, receiving his award, of course. Rickton Archer will also be awarded his, I'll make that Ajay Duhaney, and Jacet Carr Wilson will be awarded as assistant referees, and Daniel Parchment, the fourth official in the final. That's Jacet Carr Wilson receiving her award, and the prize is all around as well, that wonderful gift basket. And that's Daniel Parchment, fourth official tonight, FIFA certified VAR. He was shortlisted for the World Cup this year, but unfortunately for him, did make the final cut, but a big nomination nonetheless. Especially given the fact that he doesn't use VAR technology here in Jamaica just yet. Has worked at the Paris Olympics though, so the officials who really weren't very visible in the final. Never want to see the officials too much in a final. The next award, the best goalkeeper for the season. Aaron Enel of Racing United. Had numerous clean sheets. Aaron Enel. Certainly that's not Aaron Enel, but received by sub-official on his behalf. The Golden Boot winner going to Raheem Edwards. What a season he had for Mount Pleasant. Did very well in the regular season. 23 goals in the regular season and 1 goal in the playoff. Top goal scorer Raheem Edwards of Mount Pleasant FA. The Young Player Award for 2025-2026. Giovanni Taylor of Arnett Gardens wins the Young Player Award. Cavalier players now receiving their second place medals. That's the Cavalier team taking their picture. The ejected bunch. But the grand objective of qualifying for Caribbean football has been met by Cavalier. That's the winning coach, Rudolph Austin. Must be a happy man. He receives an award. Portmore now getting their awards. Ricardo Smith, the assistant coach. One of the assistants. They are a happy bunch. The Portmore Massive. Peter McGregor, Matthew Bell, Akeem Mullings now receiving his trophy. Tej Bryan and Rashawn Small. Joy for every player decked in blue and red. They hoist the trophy. Portmore United, your 2026 Jamaica Premier League champions. They hoist that trophy for the 8th time. That's how we wrap it up here from the National Stadium. Portmore United getting the business done over Cavalier via penalties. 5-3. Big moment for Portmore. Their 8th title. When they make a final, they have the wherewithal to get it done. On behalf of the entire production crew, Dean Smith signing out from the Jamaica Premier League for 2025-2026.